Раз, раз, раз. Фантастика. Раз, два, три. А может погромче сделаем? Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Ты знаешь?
Black Magic. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз, раз.
Да,
Раз,
всё,
раз, раз,
уходит.
раз, раз, раз.
Ну, все сломалось.
Что кончилось, Сереж?
Раз, 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 раз. А это не может быть из-за того, что подключили ноутбук, с него теперь забирается? Как же мы это будем на сайт-то выкладывать? Сейчас одна и та же музыка. А где портфель от звука? Там этот был.
Вон там в углу.
Где?
В том углу.
Там батарейки были.
Блин, хоть бы экспортнулось. Раз, 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 раз. Батареечки ты на петлю, что ли, хочешь? Батареечки?
Да везде надо.
Слушай, в прошлый раз же я поменял батарейки, новые поставил. Работало 10 минут.
Ничего.
Ну вот, все, смотри, целый. Я потом поменяю. Садись лучше. Давай частоты, может, лучше перенастроим.
Что-то там все нормально.
Вот, смотри. Раз, один, два, три.
А вот эту петлю еще проверим?
Раз, раз. 295, 296. Все работает. 297. Раз, 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 раз. Раз, 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 раз. Так, штуку. Угу. Так, спасибо. Ну, так как-то. Так. Так. Ну что, всем привет. Добро пожаловать на наш такой весьма интересное мероприятие под названием OWASP EEE. Eastern Europe Event, если я правильно помню, он так переводится. Мы практически завершаем тот недельный марафон, который сейчас проходит по всем странам в рамках этого мероприятия. Оно будет проходить на английском. Я бы даже сказал на разном английском, вот, но я постараюсь говорить понятнее, и, в общем, я думаю, что мы поймем друг дружку. Вопросы, я думаю, что можно будет задавать как на английском, так и на русском, а мы попробуем их опять перевести, тем они станут интереснее, конечно же. Вот, ну, в общем, как-то так. Первый доклад будет мой. Собственно, сейчас, наверное, попробую перейти на английский. В общем, давайте начинаем. So, hello everybody, welcome to our event. I also want to say something like, let me speak from my heart, and I hope you will understand my language and my heart. So, I will talk about building product security in its engineering approach. It's traditional slide. Some words about me if you don't know me. So my name is Taras. I'm working Yandex in product security team of it. What else? So I try to make some try to help Russia OWASP chapter and try to write something in my blog. It's not often, but I try. So you also can know me by nickname Oxdev. So what's this talk about? What problems do we have nowadays? Internet is very fast and so industry. And today, it's very important for internet companies to release their products to the production as fast as possible. So because if you release some functionality before your concurrent, so you are winner. In this situation, it's very hard to run with development team and help them to make a product as functional and beautiful and as secure. So how not to be a bottleneck in this situation? Let's look on this. I hope popular picture. It's a security development lifecycle. It's a diagram from Microsoft paper. By the way, it's very interesting methodologies and so on, which give you by Microsoft. It's very interesting, but what else? You can see here different stages of development. It's, for example, design, implementation, verification, release, and so on. In these points, we need to have some security controls. like threat modeling, security, and so on, risk assessment, static analysis, and at the end, usually we have some kind of manual penetration test or security review or something like that. So if this movement becomes faster, it's very difficult to speed up our activities. I talk about security activities. So if we talk about manual activities, security becomes some kind of blocker for fast moving, and we have some kind of traffic jam here. So security team must improve themselves and also become fast and light, like this runner. From the development side, there are a lot of things and activities to speed up processes, like agile methodologies, like Scrum, and so on. And you know, DevOps. I call it DevOps. And how many of you know what is DevOps, and how many of you have some kind of it in your companies? Oh, a lot of people here know DevOps and they use it. Okay, DevOps is some kind of combination and consolidation between different parts of product development process, like quality assurance, like development, and IT operations. And that guys together tries to make release cycle more shortly and release product in production environment as fast as possible. For example, they have some kind of not some kind, but such things like continuous integration and so on. So do you use TeamCity, Jenkins, or something like that? I see one. Okay. So what we have? We have that from development side, the developers and quality assurance and another guys speed up, and we need to how to do in English Russian word успевать. We try to run with them. So, but in the same time, from another part, we have a lot of duties. Here you are a list of our usual duties, what product security team at Yandex have to do or usually do. For example, we have, of course, trainings, a lot of architecture review, of course, security audits, penetration tests. Of course, we have bug bounty programs, and we, product security team, manage and respond in it. And we also try to find time to develop and deploy security tools and controls, make some kind of research and development, and other. So, and it's only our product security team. And in this situation, we need to find a little bit more time to think and to understand how can we improve our internal process and speed up. So we need to go faster, we need to do our things faster. And what we can do in this situation? Of course, we can, like this guy, try to do our manual activities in more speed or something like that. Try to make faster our penetration tests and so on. But I think it will make some problems to our heads and another part of our health. So, what we can do? We can do, of course, some robots to do our work for us. And we made some robots, and I will talk about them a little bit. The first one is called Molly. It's distributed web application security scanning solution. Sorry. It's a web service. It's internal web service which is built in build of Python, Django, and so on. It uses scanner called W3F. What else? It has rich REST API and some kind of web interface. And it's used by our quality assurance team and by ourselves. And another important thing that it is integrated into our internal tools like bug tracker, like quality assurance testing framework, and other stuff. And it's very important because it's easy to integrate it into existing development processes. Crusher. Crusher, it's a young brother of Molly, and its main aim is to test product environment. In a nutshell, it tries to find all our web service and try to scan it for web application security issues, and notify about it us and system administrators. Main difference between Molly and Crusher is that the first is purpose. Molly is for testing our products in testing environments, and Crusher is for product environment. And the second difference is it's optimized to scan a really large number of targets and in a very small period of time. CAT. CAT, it's some kind of code analysis tool. So it's a SAST, static analysis, security application security testing, static application security testing. It uses popular static code analysis tool like checkmarks, which is here, and you can ask everything you want. And Coverity. It's integrated also in our internal processes via API, and we try to sell it to our developers to help them make more secure code. Woolman. It's another robot. It's a notification robot, and it helps us to know about unresolved critical issues, and what else? And daily send us some kind of digest about security situation in our products. It's also written in Python because we like this language, but in last time Golang became more popular, and I think that some tools we will write in it. So what else? It also monitor some third parties. It gets statics from dist and takes various description from it and notify about it us. Don't know what. Oh, I have here title. So it's Ampelman. It's a guy. It's a green guy from Eastern Berlin, and it helps us to keep our eye on important things. In nutshell, it's an internal web service that grab a lot of information from different resources, like trackers, like our internal security controls and solutions, aggregate it and show it in a convenient way for us, like different diagrams, graphics, and so on. And it's not like dashboard. It's like it helps us not to see what wrong or not wrong with a current situation, but it helps us to improve our security processes. What else? So it's also written in Python, Flask, and Mongo. So, what conclusion I want to say? We're not to try to remove our manual activities, but we want to free up time for more complex things, for more complex penetration tests and so on. But in the same time, we want to keep normal security level for our products. And what also we recommend you to optimize everything as much as possible, and measure it and improve your internal processes. I forgot very important thing in our beginning. I forgot to say thank you for our sponsors. I want to say thanks for Mail.ru Group for hosting us. I want to say thank you for Qualys and for Checkmarks. And and you can ask me some questions. You can try. Or I see you.
Will Yandex plan to publish code of these tools?
It's an interesting question because some time ago we discussed with you about Molly and WTF W3F web interface. In most cases, it will not give you a lot of advantages because it's heavily integrated with our internal tools, and without this integration and without these tools, it will not give you a lot of good results if you will try to integrate to deploy it in your company. So maybe it will be better to think and to make your own solution in this way. So you can discover your internal tools and information resources where you can get some information or something like that, or you can think how it will be convenient for you to find and scan your web applications, and after that you can try to maybe to build your own solution, or reuse some kind of existing ones. For example, solution from Mozilla called Minion. Because, do you know it? So Minion is a web application scanning solution from Mozilla project. It also integrated with existing scanners like Zap, Skipfish, and others. Oh, it looks like in previous time microphone was switched off. Great. So, another questions? Oh, by the way, it will be more convenient to if we have some microphones. Or you can try to say and I will repeat it. Oh, we have microphones. One minute. It looks like. Try.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Works. How often do you run your scanners? And how can you ensure that every code version that is deployed to production is scanned before it is deployed?
How often? In usual situation, we try to run it in every release, and in every release in testing environment, and every release to production. And usually, if results of such scans are bad, for example, product has some security issues, so it's blocker for release it in production environment. So answer on questions on question how often. Every time new code is arrived in testing environment and in production.
I see, thanks. And one another question. Who is responsible for keeping these tools actual up to date with current functionality? I mean, if something changes in one of the applications, who needs to update the tests? Testers or security team or developers?
Oh, we try to coordinate our activities with these divisions, with quality assurance team, with developers, with system administrators, and so on. So we try to improve it with them, and we are responsible for it.
Thanks.
So product security team has a lot of duties and activities.
I know.
Another questions? You know, I'm afraid I see a few number of smiles on your faces, and it looks like you, about 5 or 10 minutes you will sleep here.
Taras, what about education, developers' education? Better to prevent some issues or not to find faster than other bad guys find some errors on your site?
Of course, we have internal trainings, but I remember a song and the movie from Pink Floyd about education and so on. And yep, we have trainings. We try to teach our developers how to make secure code, and not only developers but also everybody who want to know about it. So yep, we have it. And who make it? Of course, we make it. Product security team. We make everything. Questions? Do you have questions? Не, можно на самом деле на русском. Так, чтобы пошло, так сказать. Ну, хорошо. Окей. Very fine. Let's give opportunity to talk second person. It's Zach. It's our guest from France, and I hope it will give us some interesting talk and some cheese maybe. So, but it looks like we have about 5 minutes time out, not time out. Break. Okay. So thank you, and не разбегайтесь.
There's no.
No, no, don't touch it. You know the song? Can't touch it.
Can't touch it. Cheating. MC Hammer.
MC Hammer, yep. What's wrong with this? No. It's all about your backdoors.
My backdoor was like fully functional.
Maybe simply make a PDF.
No, maybe because it no. No.
No,
I can't because yeah, I have macros and stuff. Or maybe just plug it here if it's. Oh, I don't have this. Yeah.
Hey, hello. We can show it from you.
Or you can put the Logitech here and I output it. So. Chin, chin, chin. Hello. Hope the break was good. And I'm gonna start my talk about give me a stable point and I'll hack the planet. That might sound a bit shout and stuff, but you'll see at the end that it's not about me, but about what we can do to really hack and fix the planet. So who am I? My name is Zach. I'm a security consultant. I work for French companies. I'm also a hacker, like in the RFC 1392. Not that I like to read your emails, but I like to have intimate knowledge of systems, networks, so I hack stuff. Oh yeah, and I'm also a member of OWASP ZAP. I don't know if you know this great tool. If you guys develop and want to have control on what you get out of your coding process, it's a great tool. Okay, let's go. What this is not about. This talk is not about extreme hacking. It's not about 0 days. It's not about new attack vectors. You know, I won't show you that. Basically because that's not the aim, and someone over there told me I could go to jail. I really don't want that. So this talk will be about hacking some kiosk, hacking connected devices with basically stupid attack vectors, and I'll be focusing on this stuff. So ATMs, kiosks, GPS. No, this is not GPS. This is from a mall. Stuff you find everywhere. I think in Russia, I saw them all over the place when I came to Moscow. ATMs in the subway, in the supermarket. You find them everywhere, and they're really funny. Why? Why? For the challenge, I told you I like to hack stuff. I don't know why. That's just I like to do that. I like to discover new things. It's not standard yet. It is, and because airport got really bad connections, and when I'm stuck in the airport and I'm bored, I don't want to pay like $1 to get bad internet, so I just try to get into it and get free internet. It's funny, right? Okay. So here we go. This talk, I presented it with a friend, and with this friend, we still have this kind of game. We call it the kiosk club, like Fight Club, but we can talk about it with people. We have rules, hands, no tools, or if you use tool, it's really exotic tool. So we don't go metasploiting the universe. We're just using our hands to get over a kiosk. We leave everything as found. That's really good to don't go to jail. You know, you put everything back to the same state. That's what make, I think, the difference between a researcher and just someone who like to break things. And the whole process is escaping the user jail. You know, when you have this application, for example, in the subway in Moscow, you have a computer, and on it you have an OS, and over the OS you have an application, be it a web application, be it C++ compiled application. And our aim is to get out of there and get to the OS and get a CMD with administrator privileges and have fun. And Borja are hack proofs. This is my friend who plays with me and who co-presented this presentation with me, and you know, this is what we do basically. Okay, so how do we do it? We can use keyboards, mouse, touch screens, cameras, because basically when you go to in front of a kiosk, this is what you have. You have a screen. So basically it's everything with a screen. You have a screen, sometimes you have a keyboard, sometimes you don't have a keyboard, you have just a mouse. Like I saw some ATMs this morning, you have touch screens and keyboard too. It's really funny, by the way. And techniques that we use are race conditions. You know, you have logic, so it executes, and if you break it logics, you crash the system. Crashes too. I'll show you at the very end of the presentation how I crashed an application in the subway of Moscow. It's like basically you overwhelm it, especially when it's Windows. You know, you just start crashing it, and when it crashes, you come back to the OS and you have a free OS. Touchy is about spaces, URIs, you know, HTML, FTP, C2.//. Okay, this is the latest I will get. I will speak of XSS and SQLite. I won't be that late, you know. I will be noob all the talk. You know, it will be really low tech. And Murphy law, you know, shell happens. Okay, is it clear for you? Yeah, cool. Because I speak too fast, so you can like stop me, ask me, and talk to me, because I'd be anxious if you don't. Okay, here are the results of our runs. Yeah, evil is evil, don't do bad things, respect everything, ta-da. Okay, let's go. This is an XSS. I think you do web application, so you know what an XSS is, so I won't turn this into yet another XSS talk. So this is in Paris. In Paris we have libraries, and in libraries you have a computer where you can't do anything actually. You can just go to the page of paris.fr to search for the books. So I started playing with XSS. I found one. So it was reflected XSS from client side. So it was really not interesting, I mean, to qualify as a risk analyst or something. So yeah, I started playing with it. And next thing I did is use injected this HTML code, and I think I must stop doing this because it's really stupid. It's not working. I injected input type file class upload, which allows me to upload a file from my computer. Again, I had no access on the computer. I tried to use Alt-Tab to switch between Windows. No, administrators were really good. I tried to hit Start and R to get execution. No, it didn't work. So I used this, and I started accessing to or having a window, actually, literally a window, on the computer, on the OS. Only the administrator, did a really good job. They had nothing. Everything was minimalized. Everything was locked. So I tried everything: WinDir, AppData, Fnord, TMP. Nothing really interesting, not even in TMP, by the way. So I started doing it on other computers, and I found this, Start ZenWorks. I didn't have a clue what was that. And I started doing some, what do you do when you don't find something? You search over the internet. So I found this interface. It was really funny. This is when I found a relation between the computers of the city of Paris and this. And then, thanks to Shodan, by the way, it helped me. And next thing you have is user and a password. How hard can it be to crack? I mean, I didn't do it, so. And again, an XSS. So this, I just want to talk about context, because this XSS happened on Paris.fr, right? So only Paris.fr was responsible, and only kiosks of Paris were responsible. Only I went to an airport, so I was browsing on the computer. Again, I couldn't do anything, and they only allowed me to go on Google. So I had no XSS on Google, so it wasn't that useful. And on Paris.fr, so that was really funny. And I used the same XSS to attack another kiosk. So that was, and yeah, then you can enumerate computers on the network and do classic stuff, but that's a bit too high tech for me right now. So yeah, this is really funny. So because I'm lazy, So I was browsing over the computers, thinking how I could do this, but no, that's not that interesting. And I stumbled upon this Sigwin. God bless admins, Admins, they help you do the stuff. So I have Linux on a computer on a semi-critical network. So yeah, and you see, this is not Lee. Okay, I have a daughter. I want to teach her to have fun with computers and stuff. She's my little swishlik. And I took her to teach her how to find an XSS. So can you guess, by the way, how we're gonna try to access the kiosk? By touching, yeah. Nope. We did it actually by URI. So file C, 2 point, then you access the. This is really classic. I think we all did it sometimes. So this. Do you know this great movie with Meryl music? I heard that people like Meryl here. When he's telling him, if you want to puke into this, and you give him like a little cup. Same thing. You tell him, if you want to bootload into this. You put your Kali. Actually, it's backtrack because it's really old. This is Borja who did this years ago. So you just plug your, over here, you plug your tiny USB and you boot into it, and there you have a computer with your OS, your favorite OS to pawn the network. Only don't do it because it's illegal stuff, right? Okay, I'm gonna show you one of my greatest tools I made, and I'm not talking about exploits or some kinky payloads I could have made by the past. This is in a museum in Paris where you get to, it's Le Louvre, it's kind of the small Louvre Lens. And they give you this device, and you type codes, and you have pictures, you have sounds. They explain you why this woman is nude, looking to an apple, and blah blah, art stuff, And I like art, so I start working, and I start messing with it. That was funny. I could get some data, like serial number, useless, right? A configuration application. So I used a great tool, elite and cool equipment. Can you guess what it is? No, actually, it's very difficult to guess it because it's so cool. I wear Rangers sometimes, it's military boots, because I'm a Cossack. I didn't tell you this is like why they call me Zach. And I used this to poke on the hole. You had like I'm going back to this. You have a small hole on the side, and with this hole, I could poke into it. And what happened is, it asked me if I wanted to reboot. So I said, yeah, sure. And whoa, it's a Galaxy S2, great, it's a phone. And what is a phone? A smartphone. And what is a smartphone? A computer. So great, I have a computer on on this network. So yeah, I could even reboot it, you know, and put it in Odin mode, right? And plug something and upload my own application on it, or maybe something and play a great prank, but it's illegal, so I didn't do it. I just talked about it. And you can use this too to pivot and attack the other servers, because of course you don't think that the ticket system would cooperate with this, right? Yeah, it was. Do you know Kevin Mitnick?
Yes.
Yeah, great. This is like the greatest moment of my life today. This morning, this and the. Oh, I shouldn't talk about it, or I go to jail. Okay, I won't talk about it. Okay, this was inspired by Kevin Mitnick, who's like a hero to me. You know, I was all glad when I was a kid and he was released from jail and everything. So we have cars in Paris, and you can come. You have your subway card, and you can use it to get the car. Great. And I don't have a license, so I can't drive, but I accompany my girlfriend, you know, who can drive. So we went one day to this thing to get control of it and blah, blah, blah. So I watched her. She scanned her paper like a good citizen, gave everything. The guy did everything he was supposed to do. Then I came after her when she was starting the car and started having fun. So guess what I will use? Look at the picture. Look at the inputs that you have on the kiosk, and try to guess what could be used. You have a scanner. You have a pad, a keypad. You have a RFID stuff. But that's too late. We won't talk about RFID. And you even have a card, so you can cheat on voltage and stuff and steal and don't. But I don't know how we do this stuff. Well, Kevin Mitnick, how would he do it? There's a camera. There's voice. You can call someone. Well, I just called someone, and I asked him to help me register, because the thing didn't work. I put scotch on it, so it was opaque. So he was like, "Oh, something." I'm like, "Oh, you know, okay, I won't say in Russian, because I was like, I don't speak French very well. I'm from Morocco. I started having an accent, you know, and I think he was like feeling overpowered. I was like, yeah, I'm a stranger. I'm a foreigner. I don't know anything about computers. Only thing is, my cousin, he reboots computers when they're wrong. It's like what we did earlier, by the way. And when you reboot it, so he did it. He rebooted it for me. He was very kind. I don't know if it's the word, but let's use this one. So he rebooted, and I had access to, okay, déverrouiller is unlock, and you had some scripts going all over the place. I had enumeration of the platform, by the way. You have IIS and the name of the company that make them, and the version. Then you go to Shodan, you know, you do the tricks. But just this, you know, and déverrouiller, and having admin scripts and getting, you know, make them crash and get the admin console is sufficient. Hidden menus. This is Black Hat. Black Hat Europe take place in Amsterdam, right? It's great. Amsterdam, great city, really cool, good coffee, and the lift have a weird menu. I don't know how to call it, seriously. You just, when you type on the right corner, the up corner on the right, and you have a menu that shows up. So okay, it says. I can read it. Let me help you. It says exit mode, show desktop, exit program. Seriously, guys, I don't want someone to exit the left while I'm on it. I don't know for you, but that will be messy. And that's the problem, by the way, because I showed you, you know, I showed you funny stuff like kiosk and devices that, who cares about this? But this is where it gets serious. These people now, they make these. They make lifts too. You know, you don't just lose money. You could lose your life, or be scared as hell. You know, who cares? Museums again. I really love museums. And the problem is, oh, by the way, I love Moscow, guys. Everything closes at 11 p.m. This is so cool. In Paris, everything closes at 8 p.m. I feel like my grandma. You know. I went to the museum. It was closed. So. What should I do? Shall I just go home and be sad and don't go and enjoy it? Okay, how can I do this? I think I'm gonna need I start scratching on the surface. I don't know if you know the expression. You know, sometimes you scratch on the surface and you find something hidden. I said you find something hidden. Okay, it doesn't work. Shoot. Well, trust me, it's really funny. Shame, because I had a backdoor, there was something on it. So basically, while scratching the surface, you don't need to scratch, you just need to touch it, to touch the surface, the up corner. You get a keyboard. On keyboard, you can then have fun, you can start doing stuff with it. But let's do some reconnaissance, right? Let's look, let's scout what we have. This in French right there says title of the page, right? Title of the page. That means that the people who made this app didn't even take time to write proper title, you know. So, like they give you a book, they give you, I don't know, a book of Mikhail Bulgakov, and it's called Title of the Book of Mikhail Bulgakov, you know. Come on, guys. And people pay money for this, you know. This kind of stuff are like the biggest software that costs a lot. So those people who didn't write the name of the app, do you think they did the Windows updates? Do you think they did synchronize the time? Or do you think they would let a VNC with very weak password access on it? No, come on, they won't. And I went into the museum, right? And I found another creepy thing. This is supposed to be a security post, right? Okay. Something is lacking, and I'm not talking about the water bottle near the heater that could like just blow the whole thing up, right? I'm talking about the guy, the guard. Where is he? And do you see what's bothering me, by the way, on this picture? Yeah, Windows XP. That's too late. Windows XP, don't talk about that. But yeah, this is mad. This is Windows XP is still there. I know it's still over everywhere, but there's something else easier than Windows XP. This is like a combo. We have like the heater, Windows XP, and something really weird. They have this cool box where they're supposed to put the computer in. They didn't even do that. They didn't even put the computer into the box. How do you want they update their Windows? And they tell you that budget cuts, they can't do it, etc. You know, they have an excuse for that. It's like iPhone. They have an application for that. So this is again from the airport, and in French it says every travel draws a little more your next voyage, travel or journey. I say challenge accepted. Okay, I'm gonna make a purchase and you're gonna help me, and you know, I executed it as an admin, because when I execute MSN page, I need to have admin rights. And there you go. I can also look, you know, open other files and stuff and start drawing, you know, because, oh, hi, and like, Привет, OWASP. Like, oh, yeah. Only there's an error, so I hacked another device to get a Привет, OWASP correctly written, because I want really to paga по-русски. Okay. Again, I'm trying to break the design, you know, just so we all agree. These thingies that we call connected objects. Oh, sorry, I didn't drop buzzwords. This Internet of Things, it's basically computers in some state of another. You know, small computers, big computers, but it's computers with an interface. This is called display and next generation device. In Morocco, we call it a computer with a screen, but you know. So next thing you do is put a Bluetooth keyboard and a dongle, and you go like 100 meters and you start typing your payload, because you're late and you can type fast, right? Okay. Another kind of devices. This is in a mall in France somewhere, and it's really cool. You can come in the mall, you put your credit card, then you have the thingy that can flash what you're buying, because we don't need people to do that for you. We're just gonna fire them and buy stuff from foreign countries, like for 1 ruble, etc. Okay, sorry, I didn't want this to be political, but okay, so this is it. This is really cool, but there's a dark side of it. I discovered after I talked to because I didn't know what was it. So yeah, you can buy. You find the IP, cool, but I'm not that elite. I cannot breach into their strong Wi-Fi using WPA. You know, so I just walked over and I started noticing that it was collapsing because that's what happened. Application fails. You know, this is why we have. It happens, and people are not expecting it. And bad people or breaker people like me, they notice it and they will use it and they will break it. So I tried to find. I tried to fuzz it like a human, not like a lead guy, like really like this, you know, like all the buttons until I found a sequence. Then yeah, I can update the ROM. So what I could do is ask it to switch the server and hack the server and put another ROM, or that's too complicated. So I just said abort and put it in the app launcher menu, which is my OS. So I started looking at stuff. You have OM version, MAC addresses, name of the thing, battery, Fort Knox, I think, IP range. So it's really not RFC 1918 compliant. MAC address, so maybe I could do some nifty network attacks. But there's something easier. I don't know if you see it, but there's a button with unlock on it. Well, I hope this video works because there's a good music on it. No. Can you help me with the Russian, please? No. Okay, it doesn't work, but basically what we do is unlock. You know, we hit unlock. And then you have this joyful sound. It's like a hallelujah. You know, it's like released. And then you get it out. So once you get it out, what will you do? Will you root it? Will you put some malware in it and try to use it against people? Because these things, what they do is that like they help you to shop, right? But they help you also to know what people buy, so you can sell them better ad. You know where they go in the shop, etc. So it's good for science fiction and stuff. But for me, for a quick risk analysis, it's you say, guys, it costs $900. So if I steal the 40 of them, I'm good. I have like a good weekend in Russia. so that's it. And yeah, again, stuff happens. This is in Subway in Paris. I was just walking, so you see, I'm just like this little boy in the movie Sixth Sense. I see that people I see live in vulnerabilities everywhere. So like I can help it, you know. Maybe I need to see a shrink. So I was walking in this subway, and all you have is taskng failing. You know, taskng, it's the Windows cron tab for Linux people. And of course, they used administrator to launch their tasks, because you have always someone really smart in the organization saying, no, just put it under administrator. It will work, you'll see. Yeah, sure, it will work. It will also work for all the APTs, right? So you get shell. And with administrator, again, yeah. Administrateur is administrator in French. And it's really cool. I learned administrator in every language. And you don't think this would happen in some critical area around Moscow? I will zap this quickly, right? No, okay. No one saw anything, so that's good. And another technique we used, and that Borja showed, is the wait for it. You know, sometimes you have this is XP, by the way, or something like embedded. I didn't even care, by the way. Nobody got time for that. You have the loading of the video, you know, telling you, oh, MasterCard is really good. You know, you should buy more stuff and buy more stuff, and then it stops, and you have like a second or two when it's reloading the video. You know, get into the first loop, and you just try to click at the right moment. You know, you go like Naruto, like yeah, ta-ta, and this is where you catch the OS, because for one blink of a second, it's like Shaolin powers, guy. You try to find the right moment when you put all your energy, actually your finger, and you try to take it, and you have the OS, and then you have fun. So you can pawn so many ATMs with this, like all around the world. Spain, France, Germany, not Russia though, right? This is another one. So again, race condition, like people write code like they wrote scripts in 1990. So when you break the race condition, what will you get? You get pawnage. You get access to the OS because you were too fast for it. And again, this is a device that gives you money, so I think it's critical. I don't know. When you see what's happening in Greece, money, critical. Okay, so same thing. You get shell with it, so that's really funny. And yeah, shit happens for these things too. I was getting out of a great party in Paris, and God forbid, we drink a lot. So I was really, really tipsy. And I was able to see that. The Diebold application was crashing. And people came to me after when I talked about this the first time. They told me, no, you can't know how it works, blah, blah, blah. I was like, no, all I did is click over here, and I had access to all these applications. I did some Googling, I learned Diebold, and I learned afterward, by the way, that there was something that happened with kids in Canada. They found the manual on internet. I just found it on the D drive, because some technician left it there, so, So I showed you some stuff. I run in a couple of protections. This is the first one. This is the one that works the best, by the way. After having fun with some kiosks in a mall in France, they just put a paper board on it, and that was protecting the application. I couldn't get anything, by the way. I couldn't change path or anything, so that was cool. And another one I found in Belgium is this: I start trying to crash to overwhelm the application. This is something I didn't show, by the way, where we just try to, instead of race condition, actually it's just touching the screen until it dies. And or trying to find some fuzzing, really. That's really fuzzing, actually. Yeah, this is like NFL. So you have a kiosk that you have this screen that pop-ups, or this window that pop-ups, asking me to log in when I try to do some alt tabs, or when I try to have command execution. And when I try to fuzz it, it blocks me for 30 seconds. It's kind of sufficient, if you have something behind watching or coming or an alarm. But seriously, 30 seconds I go, I grab a beer, I come back, and I continue rest. I'm cool, I can do delay 30 in my brain, so. Okay, so I wish we agree. It was freaking easy, right? Yeah, I mean, I didn't try to put efforts in it. I did it like with my fingers, with my hand. Internet access is often available. It's usually here, and when it's not, you have access to a network. And seriously, by doing your homework, you could pivot and get internet easily. Many devices, if not to say most of the devices, lacked updates, critical updates, by the way, security updates, proper segmentation. I could, from a kiosk on a museum in a foreign country, get access to a server of the same instance. And antiviruses, this is really weird. I mean, yeah, having a Windows XP is like, I'm mad. I'm not afraid of anything. I have a Windows XP in 2015. I won't put an antivirus. I don't want firewall. But come on, they could do the minimum stuff. And people supposed to supervise these things are clueless. The one thing I show you when I wrote Privyet OWASP, I was in the airport in Paris, and we're in critical terrorist watch stage. We have military people everywhere, guards everywhere. They all have nice Dior suits, and I was playing with this, drawing private OWASP and making mistakes because he was like behind me. And when someone came in, what are you doing? I was like, no, sir, I asked you if you can play. And he said, yes, so I'm playing, I'm drawing. And I was like, oh, okay, no play for you, go away. It's like, cool, I mean, thank you. Yeah. And same things happens again and again and again. We were pawning in the ATM, someone came in, I was with a friend, and I was like, we just tell, it's not even social engineering. It's like just lying. It's like messing with them. I'm like, the guy was, what are you doing on the ATM? I was like, oh, I work for Diebold, and we're making this new product, and I'm so proud. I'm showing it to my friend here, to my friend colleague. And I was like, oh, sir, you do a great job. Thank you very much. Like, come on, if I were a terrorist, this is my money. I want them to arrest me, you know, to tell me, what are you doing? Are you mad? And devices are critical. Even if I didn't talk about scenarios, some of them involving calls, involving money, they are critical because when you get people's data, when you get people's critical information, you can make bad stuff with it. I can ruin someone with access to their stuff. I can make other scenarios, and when they're not, they're interesting, and I learned stuff. I learned that their Windows server in Kremlin, and I learned many stuff with this, so at least it's interesting. So environmental risk. We saw airport networks, standard computers, the check-in boarding, even the boarding system. You know, when you come, you flash your ID. It's Windows CE embedded, and you can try to hijack it. There are some SCADA systems, but we didn't talk about them. Money-related devices, and you get free tickets, you get banking information, and critical devices like lifts, smart grids, gas stations. Near mail office, when I came in earlier, I didn't know, I never saw it, but you have a gas station and people were touching the screen, and I was seeing the mouse moving, and I was like a cat, by the way, like a cat. And I was like looking at the mouse, and I was like, I want to pawn it, but I was late, so I came to the maybe after, if you want, we can go and do a POC. If you ask good questions. And what's happening, I didn't talk to you about what I do. I work on some networks, by the way, on LoRa, on Sigfox. I don't know if you heard about it. It's some networks of bass frequency and long-range bass frequency. And I know that I cannot talk extensively about it, but many companies in France gonna connect themselves to these kind of networks. I don't know who, but they're gonna do it. So my electricity, my health, my cars, my everything is going through stuff like this. And any kid can come and break it on purpose or not. Because what I did sometimes was on purpose. Sometimes no, because I just like to say, my name is O'Reilly, to put a quote then, or that my name is O'Reilly drop database, you know, minus. But I don't do it on purpose. It's like a sickness or a habit. So, what about these medical devices? They're all on it. They're all coming. You know, last time I was at the dentist and I was looking at his computer. It was a freaking Windows XP, and he was on Facebook. And I was like, dude, seriously? And he pushed a button, and I went, like, okay, no way you're touching I'm gonna do it like a crazy man, like a bird, like I'm gonna give it to people and tell them to advance. So what about these things? It's the same thing for it. Sniper rifle. I think you all saw the research, the great research of these two people who were able to deviate, to change the course of the bullet, helping the sniper to touch the target or make it miss. In both ways, I don't feel safe with this kind of stuff. And again, we didn't even talk this time about real payloads or real exploits or bad stuff. How about these guys? Same thing. You plug yourself in a port. You use legal passes, and you start fuzzing and you start pawning. So cars, the cavalry is coming, or niet. And I don't want to argue with this guy. I don't want to trust him. The cavalry isn't coming, guys. You know. So the cavalry isn't coming, and for a long time. Okay. I feel pushed. The cavalry isn't coming, and for a long time, I was like a burlak again. Do you know the expression, right? Like in aquarium song, you know, pulling the boat. So what should we do? Shall we like pull the boat, each of us in on its Volga, on La Seine, on its sea, or shall we try to work together? And this is where I Am the Cavalry is. Cavalry isn't coming because, guys, we are the cavalry. And each one of you, I want you to read it and to feel that you are the cavalry. And I Am the Cavalry is, other than that, it's a group, and we're trying to work on critical infrastructures. So we saw some of them, and we try to bring trust, bring edge between professionals, researchers, because I'm not that bad guy. I try to do responsible disclosures when I can, and industries and people who say cyber. I don't know if it's a buzzword in Russia too, but every guy in marketing in France will say cyber security, cyber defense, cyber. And these people don't speak my language, by the way, so I'm always making fun of them. I'm like, oh, you noob, I'm so elite, I'm not saying cyber. So, and there is a gap, and we're doing our stuff, they're doing their stuff, and we're not advancing as a community, and people's lives are endangered. So there were a good talk on OWASP EEE by Klaus on I Am the Cavalry, and invite you to see it. But basically, what things we do is connect researchers, try to influence in the good sense lawmakers, because sometimes in companies when I show attack vectors, serious attack vectors, for example on 4G, and I start talking to engineers, they're like, yeah, nobody will do that. I'm saying like, yeah, I will do that. I will try to find this device on the internet and do reverse stuff. So, but when there is a policy, when there is a government directive, they want to respect it, because they cannot sell a 1 million router if they don't have the French government stamp or the European stamp. And I think Huawei know big things about that, because they struggle selling this stuff in Europe. So accident investigator and all these things. We have also the framework, the 5 stars framework. We're trying to bring it to automotive field, but I think from what we saw earlier, we still can preach it everywhere. Safety by design, thinking about security from the beginning. And as an engineer, it's really hard for me to do it. Because I'm like always the fifth wheel of the car, you know. I'm like always bring at the end. People don't care about security, and that should change. And people who should care more are developers, by the way, because it's their work that will be exposed. It's your work as a developer that will be pwned and used to pwn and do bad things. Third-party collaboration. Researchers, even hackers, they're good people, and there's an evolution in US actually. They start using the term criminal hacker. So being a hacker is not that bad anymore. So maybe in the near future we'll just say criminals, and hackers will be just people who can hack the code. Evidence capture, security updates, segmentation and isolation, all that that lacked earlier. And that's it. Thank you very much. Do you have questions?
Thanks for the report. I saw in your presentation that the most devices are Win-based. Have you an experience with Linux or Unix devices?
Okay, the question was that most of the applications that I showed were Windows-based, and did I have experience with Linux or Unix-based systems? Yes, I found a couple actually, not that much, because they're not industrialized. Maybe it's because of Windows CE, and I don't know how Windows 8 is making it out there, because many screens are Windows 8. I found 2 Linuxes, I think, yeah, that I pwned, that I had access to. And one of them I used actually the right button. It was an Ubuntu, and I double-clicked with my fingers. So first finger, then second finger. Then I saved the page, and I started messing with it. Then I had a TTY. But it's rare, and I think there's something in Moscow in the streets called QEMU or something like that. But I didn't have time to mess with it. They're everywhere. You can print. And you can download apps to your phone, so it gives me ideas. And
first, my question is about yes.
First, my question is about short videos. Maybe you can just close your presentation and you have videos on your computer or not?
Close the. I'm sorry.
Demonstration.
Uh-huh.
Can you show your demonstration?
Yep, we will try to show it from your laptop, maybe.
The videos.
Yep.
Yeah. I will try to do that at the end of the talk because I think it will be the lunch, so I'll do it quickly. Okay.
Okay. And the second question is about museum gadgets.
Yeah.
I don't understand about this technique, how you get the access.
Oh,
Can
okay. Where's my phone? Do you have a phone? Someone have a phone? Just can you lead me any phone? Trust me.
Who don't afraid about it?
Okay, just let me grab my micro SD and show you, which contains my 0 day. No, okay. Basically, it was that. It was It's not. I didn't steal it. This is mine, right? It was a phone like that with isolating coke or protection. Yes. So you see, this is something I didn't talk about, by the way. I will take the opportunity to speak about it. It's about physical segmentation of kiosks and connected devices. They limited the access to this button by putting a protection over here. So my finger couldn't get in, but my lace could, you know. So, and it's the same thing, by the way. This, I didn't show it because for me, it's really obvious, and I didn't put it on the screen. But even this, you have the same thing in Russia, in Moscow at least, in McDonald's, you know, with the keyboard, where you can get the keyboard. So you have sometimes these devices, they have a couple of cables going to the wall, power and RG. So you can just remove it, then replug it, and it's gonna boot up, and you'll get access to it. So I'll show also the video up there. This is the Russian thing. So yeah, physical segmentation is a big problem too, and sometimes you find keys or some weird keys that you can make home, or you can use, I don't know, pens to open them. Not really pens, but you know, screwdrivers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question about shop gadgets with you show to us.
Yep.
By the way, maybe there was WPA password in it when you unlock it.
Nope.
Nope.
There were no password.
Okay.
There were no password, and I wasn't even interested in booting the OS. What I showed is only a kind of bootloader.
Because you show us a screen with unlock button and this information about Wi-Fi, so there was everything about it except password. But I think maybe if you push on unlock button and there is a password here.
No, seriously, I was able to visit the menu, you know, to make it to go everywhere without any problem.
Okay, how many shop gadgets do you sell after that?
None, actually. I just use it to map the network of there. And after coming with my phone, I just put a Wi-Fi scanner and I had the same result. So it was just, seriously, at the beginning, this wasn't even supposed to be here in this talk. It was really just, I was doing some research on WPA and industrialization of WPA in France. And I started I wanted to compare what I saw with what was there, and I started having so much access. It's tricky.
Well, okay.
Hello, my name is Mikhail. My question is, what is the amount, or what is the amount of successful and unsuccessful trying to hack some devices?
Mm. Well, first thing. I use very much soap, you know, alcohol soap, to clean my hands every time, because it's 70 success, maybe 65 to be humble.
And how much was protected?
No, 65 were successful. 65 were successful, and seriously, I mean, those who were protected against, okay, McDonald's, I'm gonna speak about it, the great evil. it was protected against many of the attacks that I showed today, but I found something. I didn't yet put a label on it, but on some places where text is showed, you can have the cursor over the text, and you can select it, and you can trick it into giving you the keyboard. So I didn't yet do a an exact comparison, but for each kiosk you can find a technique. And I'm excluding the repower cycle thing, because if you do this, you get to win every time.
And you mean you can do it everywhere and every time. If you want to hack some McDonald's kiosk or just for getting some money from ATM machine, you can do it everywhere.
When I try it, I have 60% of rate, and it's not a scientific number. It's I will more often find something than nothing. Maybe the ATMs are the most difficult to crack, especially the Diebold. They upgraded many things.
Then protected ATMs exist.
Yeah, they exist. Yeah, of course they exist. I mean, and the best.
It's a good news.
The best ATMs are those who give you just buttons to get your money. The whole problem starts when the marketing guy starts saying, "Oh, let's put it on internet. We'll get better KPI," or put a screen on it. It's really cool. It's really next generation. I mean, seriously, guys, why?
Thank you. And second question: what do you use for protect your mobile phone and maybe your laptop?
This laptop, I have. I use Qualys. Shall I say the names of the organization? I use mail.ru, so that way my mail is protected. But seriously, I use Kaspersky, but this is a travel computer. It's made to go through the customs, so I put nothing sensible in it. You can, customs. I'm a hacker. I still get the hard time.
So, what's your favorite museum in Paris?
Sorry?
What is your favorite museum in Paris?
I'm gonna say the Louvre, because they give you Nintendo DS to
Okay.
for the visit.
Have you ever reported your findings to the vendors?
Yes, I tried to do that.
And what was their reaction?
It depends. Sometimes you have like nice vendors who get in touch with you, even without speaking of asking anything. They send you bounties or stuff. But alas, some people. I mean, I showed you a couple of XSS that I showed. Like the XSS I showed it 1 year ago, and I reported it 2 years ago, and it's still working. It's still able to help you compromise airports, or at least it's called Beluga, I think, the guest network in airports. So that's really bad, and this is why I wanted to talk about the cavalry, about how they help making the speech between researchers and companies.
I see, but. Did you try to publicly disclose something? I don't know, write technical articles?
This is one of my projects. I saw someone from the headmaster of OWASP Poland, who told me we should make a cheat sheet, or maybe something like the I Am Cavalry framework. I'm trying to engage into the organization, so maybe I'll try to put what I have, my inputs actually, into their efforts and try to build something over there. So again, join the cavalry. You go and type imthecavalry.org. We have many videos. We have many projects. You can submit some, and one that I'll submit is a cheat sheet for this kind of stuff.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So, any questions?
So, did you find any exploits in numeric keyboard injectors?
There are, for numeric keyboards, sometimes you have technicals. How can I master passwords? You have them on Parisian transportation. You have them on some ATMs. Supposedly it was patched. I didn't verify, but On some ATMs you have them, and yeah, you find often master passwords and backdoors like these.
Because it seems there may be possible keys to reboot the system if it runs it has only numeric keyboard input, like in old phones you hold.
I see what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I didn't try it that way. I should start looking then. But thank you, because this is the kind of output and input that is needing. If you remember, the first thing was give me input and I will hack the planet. And Archimedes was like putting the planet of IoT. I'm not the old guy. I'm young, right? We will hack the planet and not hack it to break it. We will hack it to fix it. Because sometimes I hack my own code to make it work, or I go to stuff and it doesn't work, and I hack it to make it work, just to go to the straight to the regular user experience. So that's what we need. We need people to get in. We need researchers to help. People maybe like who have contacts with corporates to help us get in touch with these corporate people. And voila.
Ну что, тогда давайте скажем спасибо нашему спикеру.
That's good. If you want to contact me, I'm on over Twitter,
Yep.
Zach himself or
And
Zach at
it
Fosec.
looks like we will try to show you demos from.
I'll try to.
Yep. But in the same time, we have a big break right now, about maybe 15 or 20 minutes. So you are free to ask some questions directly, and we will try to show you some presentations.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Amar Ganiyev, and we will talk about how to find a maximum amount of bugs in a very limited time. So, here you are.
Okay. Hi. So, my nick is Beched. Actually, the proper pronunciation is Beched. I do application security assessment and penetration testing at Inc. Security, and also compete in CTF competitions, hack quests, and other contests with the r.org team. We'll talk about rapid application security assessment. So, what's the problem? There are several common situations when you need to test application as fast as you can. The first situation is pen testing a huge scope of IP addresses, or even one IP address which is full of web interfaces. And you've got, let's say a week to pen test 100 sites. So what should you do? You cannot properly pen test all of them because it requires a lot of time. The second case is bug bounty. Here you've got unlimited time actually, but if you stay for a week without doing anything, then all sweet and good accesses will be found by other people who are faster than you. And it will require you much more time to find more interesting bugs which are more complex than simple bugs. Another case which occurs quite often for me is estimating the cost of penetration testing, for example. The customer gives you a URL and you need to know how much does it cost to pen test it. Maybe it's one static page and you have nothing to do with it, or maybe it is huge enterprise application with a lot of interfaces, so it will take weeks to fuzz all the input points and find all the bugs. And the last common situation is CTF, when you should be very fast and you should solve the problem, the task, to get bonus points and to focus on the other next tasks. What's the solution? Here are random words about the solution of these problems, and actually, yes, it helps. You should prioritize your actions. What should you do first? What should you do last? You should parallelize them, and you should automate as much as you can. What about manual testing of big scope or rapid manual testing? There are many articles, presentations, and books on methodology of application testing, and they cover a lot of techniques, but yeah, the manual testing is good because you'll not, for example, crash the application by hitting some link which says, for example, delete all the news, or you hit or 1 = 1 into some input parameter and it gets into drop SQL query and you drop the whole table instead of exploiting SQL injection. Also, within manual testing, you can check for logical vulnerabilities, which are very hard to find with scanners. So, actually, you can capture some bugs within the limited time doing it manually. But if you've got many applications to test, it's much more difficult. Thus, even though automatic scanning sucks, you should do it, and you should focus on improving your tools. Semi-automated automated testing means that you launch each step and each action by hands, but each of these steps is performed by some tool. For example, you first launch Nmap, find web ports, web interfaces, then you launch Burp Suite Spider, and so on. This is very good and cool, and it suits very well for bug bounties. But again, if you've got a big scope, it doesn't work. Many pen testers that work several years in this industry develop their own dirty tools to do one or another thing. Generally, creating a solid application vulnerability scanner is a very complex task, and it requires even some rocket science because there are many algorithmical problems. For example, there are technical problems like crawling rich Web 2.0 applications and understanding the logic of the application. For example, the simple scanner doesn't understand if some interface some interface shows, let's say, the news, or it is some login form. It just hits some fuzzing strings in all inputs that it finds. And you, as a human, understand what it is, and you can perform one or another action. You can prioritize them. We'll measure the speed and the rapidness of our testing, automated testing, by two variables. The first is the actual time within which the test is performed. It depends on CPU and memory usage, because the more the usage is, the more time your machine spends on it. Of course, you can scale it, but nevertheless, this is important variable. But it also heavily depends on how much network requests you do. And this parameter is often much more important, because you need to keep the number of connections with the web app low. You should be silent and do not make noise for IDS, IPS systems. Again, it decreases the time. If you make less requests, you generally spend less time. This is trade-off, because you need to decide what you need more: coverage, better coverage of all inputs, of all interfaces, or better speed. So actually, the topic of this talk should be not time less than t, but requests less than some q. Let's say we should make not more than 1,000 requests on each host. We'll observe several tricks that I use for this. Tricks are both in technical plane and algorithmic. First, technical view on this problem. There are several simple and well-known tricks which save us time. While scanning, you can use one connection for several requests, even for 20, 50, 100 requests, if you use a keep alive header. Also, when you are dear-busting an app, or you are testing for some time-based payloads, SQL injections, or, for example, SSRF vulnerabilities, or HTTP response splitting, then you only need the time and the response headers. That's why you can use just head method, not get or post. well, post, you actually need post if you are fuzzing the post parameters. Then, if you crawl a site, it can take a lot of time. That's why you should first look at sitemap XML or robots.txt, or just Google the site, the domain, and find all the paths known to public. And you should not crawl these pages again. You can just process them, decide which of them are duplicate, and so on. Also, there are several tools like CMS map that get that have signatures for different CMS systems, and it guesses which CMS is installed on this particular host and which version is there. Then it can look up, it can look for this version of this CMS in exploit databases and say if it is vulnerable or not. Login forms can be brute forced, obviously, with some very small top of passwords. Other technical issue is horizontal scaling. Not long ago, I saw this release by Yahoo. It's called Griffin and written in Go. It is a platform for distributing application scanning. You can write the modules for it, you can extend it, and it provides good horizontal scaling. You can deploy it on many servers and scan the app. I haven't used it actually, but I think it's a rather good idea. Now, much more interesting part, algorithmic view. The task is to increase the bugs we check in the same amount of requests. Task seems simple, but there are many issues with it. Let's remember what do we think and how do we think while we are testing the app manually. So maybe if you have ever tested a web app, you've seen such an image in Web Suite when you've got a bunch of links to some interface which, for example, shows some article, and there is incrementing ID as a REST parameter, and simple scanner like a Web Suite scanner doesn't understand that it is the same page, even though there is a URL pattern obvious, and the contents of these pages is very similar content. Actually, this problem is not solvable generally, because you cannot exactly say if there is or there is no additional interface on some of these IDs. Maybe there are news on the first, there are articles on the first 1,000 IDs, and in the 1,337th ID there is admin panel with no auth. You cannot know this, but when you do it manually, you generally skip such checks and do not check each of these pages. You check just one. Common practice is to fuzz all of them when we are talking about automated scanning. In that Yahoo's Griffin project, uses a SIMHASH algorithm described in this link. It was created for web crawlers and search engines, and is purposed for detecting the similar pages, obviously. The point is that it calculates a number for the page, or for the sequence, for any sequence. It can be a list of tokens, it can be a string, a list of chars, it can be whatever you like. And if the two sequences are similar in the common sense, then their hashes, their numbers will be close. Their distance will be low. So you can use this SIM-hash algorithm to detect similar pages, but actually it can give false positives quite often because the page can have a huge header full of some styles and scripts. It can have who's this? I don't know who's this. Okay. Who knows how to turn off an iPhone? Whoa. So, false positives. Because of what? Because of header, because of footer, because of menu on the page. Usually you've got a structure of web page where in the center of it you have got some content. And on the head, in the footer, and in the side panels, there is some static content like menu. So such pages with such structure may be very similar, but anyway, they are not the same. The logic behind them is different. So you should make low tolerance for SIM-hash algorithm. Namely, you should detect the pages as duplicate only if the distance is very low, for example, 0. The next problem is gathering input points, not the pages. Let's say we already collected the pages and filtered out the duplicate pages. Now we should gather the input points. Classical modern way of doing this is using some browser stack, for example, Phantom.js. Scanner plugs the URL in browser, hits all links, hits all forms, and sees where it got, what parameters are sent, what HTTP packets are sent. The quick and dirty way is just to parse forms, parse links with query strings, parse input parameters from forms here, and parse JavaScript containing some XML HTTP request parameters. But the interesting part is gathering unknown input points. Let's say there is some input parameter that is seen from administrative panel or not seen from anywhere, and you are testing an app without an administrative account, and you cannot gather this parameter without having it on any web page. Then you can find it anyway by by iterative binary search. Yeah. So what is it? You take a big list of common parameter names collected from different CMSs, different engines, for example, page, ID, etc. And you construct a big query string of these parameters. For example, ID equals 1 and ampersand, page equals 1 and etc. All these parameters. You plug it into query string, you request this page and see if it changed. If it changed, then probably there is some parameter within this bunch which influences on the page in one or another way. You split the set into two subsets, plug each of them separately and see if something changes. You iterate like this and get parameters that influence page. But of course you should cut dynamic contents. For example, there can be some ads that have different size. So each time you request a page, it will have a different size and different content, and you'll get false positives. Now you've got input points, you've got pages, and you need to fuzz them. If we talk about Burp Suite, there are several modes of intruder. There is such a tool, intruder, in the Burp. which allows us to fuzz the input parameters. And there are several modes of it, but generally the long way, the classical way, is to hit all the parameters with all the fuzzing strings containing some strings triggering one. But the clever way, which is used also in scanners too, is using polyglot payloads. By using them, you can check several vulnerabilities at once in one request. Here is the link to a rather good presentation about polyglot payloads. Why can they be constructed? How that can be done? Well, this is what I use sometimes. You plug a tag, then if you see a tag on the page, then it's XSS. You plug a carriage return byte, and you can see if there is response splitting. You plug quote, double quote, backslash, and check for bounds like SQL injection. Obviously, backslash should be put at the last position, as well as null byte. The payload below is for PostgreSQL and MySQL. The point is that in MySQL, the hash byte, the hash symbol, means comment. All after this symbol should be ignored. And in PostgreSQL, this symbol is XOR. And also in MySQL, the construction **** means that this part of query should be executed only in MySQL, not in others. PostgreSQL interprets this as a comment. Now, we've done all of this, and what about the question of estimating the cost of penetration testing of web app? What we actually do when we look at the web app, I receive a URL and guess, would I hack it in one day or I won't? I'll take a look at it for 5 minutes and say, yeah, it should be hackable, or maybe not, it will be hard, it will take a week, or possibly it will not be hacked. There are some heuristic, and why not automating them? Why not automating the thinking? I think it's rather easy. The thinking flow is like this. Look, it's an enterprise.NET site written by professionals with good user interface and clear code with CSRF tokens and etc. Probably it will not be hacked. Or it is some default CMS installed, for example, WordPress. There are no plugins, so if I don't find 0 day in WordPress, I won't hack it. Probably. And another situation when you see custom written PHP shitty code full of mistakes, full of incorrect user interface, incorrect HTML, invalid, and you guess that probably you'll hack it fast. Let's point out some features, some metrics, which allow us to detect the hackableness of the site. Let's say its platform, the programming language in which the app is written, the web server software, the engine which was detected, the CMS or a framework, for example. The number of input parameters which were parsed from the main page. I mean, from the links. When you see a query string with a lot of parameters, then you see that you've got something to fuzz. The number of script tags, the number of inputs, and whether or not site works on HTTPS. well, the simplest first check which I perform is detecting whether the app is PHP app or not. If it is PHP app, then probably it is hackable. If not, well, maybe there are some client-side vulnerabilities, but generally it's much less hackable. But actually, if we want to automate this really and get get more rigorous detection, you should do, for example, machine learning. Here is the actual decision tree for detecting, for deciding whether app is hackable or not. I built it today when I scanned several hundred sites with my data script and collected the features that we mentioned above. Actually, that simplest classifier about PHP was not that wrong, because this rigorous algorithm showed that if the app is written in PHP and there are at least 4 get parameters on the main page, and there is at least 1 script tag, then it's vulnerable. At least in all the sites I have scanned, this property holds. So you can make just 1 request to the page, measure the features, then plug them into this decision tree, traverse it, and get the result. The top of it is the server, I guess. So it's like there are many questions. If it is a patch or not. If it is, then you go to the right. If it is not, then you go to the left. And in the leaves of this tree, there is an answer. The next problem is the following. When you scan a site, for example, with Burp Suite or Akinetics or any other scanner, it aims better coverage, which means that it scans everything it sees. Every URL should be scanned. It builds a queue of URLs and fuzz each of them. But when you've got only, let's say, 1,000 requests for each site, there's no good scanning each image for vulnerabilities. There are no vulnerabilities in images generally. That's why you should somehow sort the queue in order to get better coverage in the limited number of requests. We'll calculate the priority of each page and build a priority queue. It's a data structure like queue, but it is sorted by priority. So when you pop a value from this queue, you get the value with lowest or highest priority. It's equivalent. Which features should we calculate? I used rather obvious features like like whether we detected a platform or not. If we didn't detect in which language the page is written, then the platform is none. If we detect it, then the platform is ASP, PHP, Ruby, Python, Perl, and etc. Another feature is content type returned in HTTP headers. If it is static content type, then probably there are less vulnerabilities in this interface. Well, there can be vulnerabilities, but we make the priority lower. The response code, if this page is a not found page, there's no sense fuzzing it a lot. Let's take it to the bottom of queue. And a bit of natural language processing will detect if there are some words, let's say stop words in a URL containing the words like account, admin, password, etc. If the page if the path contains such words, then possibly this is important page, and you should fuzz it first. This is the code that calculates such priority. It is rather guessing formula which I guessed. So if you do this, then you see something like this. I'm scanning r.org forum here. As you can see, show thread.php path has the lowest priority. It means that it has highest priority. It will be scanned first. And all the PHP files have better priority. Not all, but actually, but most of them have better priority than JS or PNG files. And this makes sense. This is good. And these pages have different priority because, for example, show thread PHP has parameters, input parameters. It has more input parameters. That's why the priority is higher, lower. Well, in sense, it's higher because we've got more things to fuzz. This all was about black box. But in the description of the talk, I wrote white box, even though I don't know anything about science of static analysis, static code analysis. But anyway, I'll say a couple of words. Static code analysis is much more complex task, and it requires some science because you need to do model logics, you need to parse grammar and build control flow graphs, etc, etc. But anyway, even though many guys do this rocket science and write their scanners, they are not that good actually. They are good for large enterprise apps, for internal testing, for SDLC and other buzzwords, but when you need to hack fast, maybe they'll give you not much information and they'll run for ages. They'll require gigabytes of memory, etc, etc. And actually, another point is that often ads, the samples which that marketing departments of the developers of such scanners give are constructed by people. I mean, people took some vulnerable code snippet, found their vulnerabilities by hand, and then implemented them in the scanner to show to customers that their scanner can find these bugs. Well, okay. So that's why we should have some dirty hacks and regexps for semi-automating our work. When we look at code snippets with our eyes, testing them by hands, string by string. What I do, especially for CTF competitions, when you've got a small amount of code and should analyze it very fast, I do grep, obviously, but it's not the simple grep. It's a bit better grep. Let's collect dangerous things for each language. Let's say in PHP it's MySQL query, eval, include, require, read file, etc. These are dangerous functions. You should not trust user input and plug it into these functions. And let's generate regular expressions which will find the occurrences of such functions followed by anything not containing a securing function. Let's say if it is MySQL query, then there should not be something like int_val or MySQL real escape after that. And then followed by variable. Maybe variable from super global array like get or post. If we generate such regexps, we can spot out dangerous bottlenecks in the code very fast, and then analyze them by hand. For example, we can write a plugin for IDE which will find such things. Then you can find the usages, find the declaration of this part of code, and trace from where you can get to this sync. Is there any user input which gets there? This can be done by hand after you spotted out these dangerous places. And this helps a lot when you need to, when you have 5 minutes to do something very fast. It's, as I already said, especially needed for competitions. So, summary. Should I read this loud? Okay, so there are ways of solving the mentioned problems, and this can be done rather well. I think that no one actually built a good platform for rapid testing, because usually the aim of testing is better coverage, and you've got a lot of time. But such rapid methodology can be used, applied, for example, for massive monitoring of websites. For example, when I built today this decision tree, I took Alexa top rank, took some random part of it, some random interval, about 1,000 or 10,000 sites, and just scanned it with the limit of 1,000 requests with my data script. And got the features which I plugged into scikit-learn Python library, and learned it to decide whether the site is vulnerable or not. Some of reviewed techniques and scripts I'll post into my repository. They are not debugged yet, so they aren't there yet, but there is an old libpy webhack script there which does part of the work which I described here, without priority queue, sim hashes, and other cool things. So look at GitHub, write, hack, proven. That's all. Thanks.
Any questions? Okay, I have a question about decision tree and algorithmic view. So, at the end, what is it in the end? Is it something like plugin for burp, or simple script that takes some URL and I'll put some decisions?
Well, I put a generation of Python code of decision procedure into, I implemented such a generation in my script. So it builds a decision tree with the help of scikit-learn library. Then it traverses this tree and builds if-else statements.
Did you try to integrate it into burp? Because
no, I wrote it yesterday, so I didn't
okay.
Try anything.
Because you know, burp has Python Python opportunity to plugin to write plugins.
It has, but I think it's rather slow. But for this purpose, it suits, I think, because we should make only 1 or 2 requests. We'll make 1 request, get the headers, the contents, calculate the features, and output.
I ask it because you show us examples from burp, and it's a really often situation when you look on burp and say, oh, there's only 20% of scanning, but I need faster or something like that. By the way, as I remember, burp also tried to resolve this problem by showing you some kind of dialogue and ask you to do you really want to scan these URLs or something like that? But it's very difficult to understand. Do I really need it to scan it or not? So such library, I think it will be really useful for integration into such solution like burp.
Yeah, the dialogue is bad because it's not automated, and if you've got 1,000 URLs, you should look at each of them and delete, remove
Some
it.
kind of checkbox here, there, and yes, it's not very convenient.
Yeah, I don't know the internals of burp, but I think maybe priority queue can be implemented inside of it.
It's written in Java, but it has
API, yeah, it
API, yes. For example, for Python, for Java implementation of Python code.
JSON, yeah.
Yep, JSON. So, any questions?
Hello, very interesting talk. I don't want to start trolling about burp and OWASP Zap, but I don't know if you know about this great tool, and it has Python support too and JavaScript. So do you think maybe you can try to work with us to try to implement it or trying to test it on a OWASP open, you can go into the code wherever you want, not like some other apps?
Yeah, as I already said, I was coding this yesterday, so I had no time to integrate it in something else. So I've got only my scripts with my bugs.
Okay, so you have opportunity to integrate it into all tools
Yeah.
this night. Okay, any questions? So if you have written it yesterday, so I can ask you about how many sites do you already test with this methodology?
A couple of tens of thousands.
From Alexa top 10.
Well, while I was debugging the scripts, I tested about a couple of tens of thousands with the different limits.
Well, you can ask questions, как говорится, в кулуарах. Thank you again, and we will prepare next speaker. Это французское слово. Вообще интересно, да. Кстати, у Зака спросить в Франции. По-моему, все хорошо было. Are you ready? Are you ready for a good time?
Да, это факт. Сейчас. Можно же, да?
Ну давай, попробуем.
Сейчас я перебью шорт-линк.
Ну давай проверим сначала, есть ли здесь интернет.
Да, должен быть. Там было же написано, что гостевой вон видишь, болтается. Все нормально. Посмотрим. Что там?
Ты там букв пропустил? Или это скачок?
Да я охренеет, еще полного было. Какая-то их неизвестная была. Мальта там.
Ну, кажется, работает.
Да, ура. Единственное, что мне слайды не особо стилизованы, они просто белые.
Это у меня такие же. У меня даже логотип этого нет.
Я прям вот логотип большой на полный экран поставил. Так, где-то есть здесь.
В общем, подключайся к этому.
Смотри, там вообще круто.
Угу.
А где?
Угу. Чуть не круто.
А она должна быть?
Ну, вообще да.
А, подожди, так может быть надо вот эту закрыть?
Да.
Просто есть подозрение, что это другой монитор. В смысле...
О, да-да-да.
Ну вот, сейчас запилим. И здесь вот нужно нажать play только.
Сейчас, знаешь, это было бы как раз промахнуться и нажать по крестику. Это было прям вот.
Вот это, наверное, кнопка, да?
Да.
Ну и все, свободно. Здесь надо кликнуть.
Вот.
Давай, выливай.
Да. Угу. Только...
Да, я уже понял, что слушай.
Я все время тоже, кстати, путаю. So let me introduce Ivan Novikov from Valarm, and he will talk about MySQL object. What? Object what?
Out of band.
Out of band injections.
Hop. So, this is the last presentation today, and for that I'll be brief. So, some words about me. I'm a researcher and bug hunter and also CEO of Warm company. And now a few words about MySQL. Today we have 3 different forks of MySQL. It's original MySQL community, and right now it's an Oracle project, and this is original MySQL have 6 different editions, and this is really huge number. And when we speak about MySQL, of course, we mean community edition with open sources and others. Also, there are MariaDB. It's really popular fork, really popular, and it's an open source project. I think you know Monty, which created this project. It's one of head developers of MySQL in past, and also PeconaDB. It's other fork tuned to performance, but it's out of scope of this talk. So a few words about SQL injections. Currently, there are 2 different types of injections. Classic injection, also known as union select, which you can put interesting data from database into server responses. It's really easy to exploit it. It's really nice, but sometimes application logic don't provide that, and this case called blind, or researchers come up different ways to exploit these blind injections, such as cast of or using origin object, like this example, when you can use different another data, such as huge lists, and you can, for example, XOR these numbers of this list by different data or something like that. Second way, it's error-based, when you can put interesting data from database into SQL errors and read it from server. It's really nice and useful way, of course. And so it's a Boolean search main way, and it's really nice to exploit anytime by Boolean search, when you can retrieve status code or different other indicator from database and make a Boolean tree to read any data what you know to know. So other ways, time-based, it's also a Boolean search method, but it's based on different delays from server. When your query consists good or another hand bad case of execution, time from this query can be huge or small. So, and the last, it's out of band way to exploit, and right now for MySQL there are only one way to do that. This is using UNC file names for Windows system, and work only for Windows, of course. When you can put data, for example, to DNS queries and read it out of band by another channel, another data channel on your server. So why OB? Just out of band. First, it's really faster. You can read data like a classic SQL injection exploitation, but without reading the responses from server. And other, it's only one way to exploit asynchronous services. And let me talk about asynchronous services. It's look like donkey from Shrek, which periodically ask you, "Are we there yet?" And the server want to send a response with the status of this query. It's not so good idea to retrieve data, for example, by binary tree exploitation or something like that for asynchronous services. So, and right now there are two different new researches. First, it's I must to describe this first link. It's great cheat sheets, MySQL cheat sheets. First, it's Pentest Monkey, and the second is ADOT forum links, which have numbers, really huge numbers of different MySQL tricks, and useful exploitation scenarios for SQL injections. And also, the last time numbers of research also present there. It's different research which described new error-based tricks such as non-geometric tricks and big intent signed errors and JSON errors and something like that. It's really useful to exploit server-side errors and SQL errors. So, and now I'll talk about out of band for MySQL and Windows. It's first and ONS description of this kind of exploitation. You can find at this article by Miroslav Stamper. It's a really nice guy, and also author of SQL Map utility. I think you know that. And he described that file functions such as load file and also load data files can use UNC schemes to make a DNS first and SMB second queries outside from internet, and you can concatenate some interesting data such as version function output to DNS name and read it at your DNS server. It's really nice, but only one bad thing there. It's work only for Windows system. It's really bad. So let's time to read documentation and find this one. First thing that I'm asked to describe that nice trick called load data local file based on implementation on client side. It's not when you call a SQL query load data local in file, you call your application. You not call your SQL server. And for that implementation of this function, only in the client side. For that, it's really nice to find that your client, for example, in case of PHP, PHP supports there all wrappers which PHP know, for example, HTTP, PHP expect, and others. And in case of Java, there would be Java wrappers. It's really nice, and it's document feature. You can also redefine this function for PHP. You can set local and file handler to redefine this function to do any other actions. So it's really nice, and let's time to read documentation again and find this one called different storage engines. MySQL since 5 version, and MariaDB since I think in all versions have this nice thing called storage engines. And when you create a table, you can define an engine. Engine to which we use it to describe this table and operate with this table. In case of federated engine, you can provide argument called connection with connection string. It's really nice because if you can create table, you can link this table to another database, and of course it's maybe evil.com and first domain or something other in this host can contain different data such as version or something like that, and you have out-of-band exploitation again. Also, there are different other storages such as memory and CSV. It's really nice, but it's only one way to do that in MySQL and called federated engine. So, but in MariaDB, it's most interesting because there another storage engine called Connect. The storage engine provides numbers of table types. And in case of table type MySQL, you have the similar situation of this slide, but engine is connect and the table type is MySQL. You can again provide a connection string to connect your table with other hosts. It's really nice. And the most important, then this connection would be established from the database server, and in case of load data local and file, connection would be established from application server. It's maybe it's really different servers. So you also must know that Connect engine requires file privileges as well as load data file or function or into out file command, but it works and it's really nice. But this engine works only in MariaDB. But of course, you can install this shared object for community MySQL without any restrictions. So, and also MariaDB provide different other table types which supports argument called file name, and you can link local files as tables which with connect storage engines, and all of these table types supports file names. It's DOS file names, DBF names, binary files, CSV, FMT, like a CSV, but with other delimiter, and also XML, but I'm sorry, there are no XXS there, and JSON and any files, and it's really nice. You can do something like that. You can create table and link this table to local file etc path, and after that, read this data. It's a other, I think, a lot of data without local alternative for MariaDB. So, a piece of cheat. After that, I found this in this documentation for MariaDB, a nice type of virtual table type called dir, which can provide you to read content of folders. It's really useful thing, and in case of real exploitation during penetration testing or something like that, it's really important to read directory structure to find different files to read this after. So, and also if MariaDB installed on Windows, MariaDB provides also table types called MAC for retrieve different network adapter details, such as really huge number of details. It's numbers of adapter, IP addresses, gateways, IP version 6 address, and really huge number of network information. And also VMI, it's really nice. You can call different VMI classes and find different data from that using SQL. It's really hard to understand, but it's work. So this is example how we can use VMI. This is from MariaDB documentation. In case of Windows, of course, because VMI supports only in Windows system, you can link your table csprod with connect engine to table type VMI, and after that select data from that and retrieve a caption, description, this identity number of your computer, and UID of your computer vendor version, and something like that. It's really nice. So in conclusion, I want to summarize all information about out-of-band exploitation in MySQL. In the scheme, you can see typical abstract architecture of any web application, and when you use load data or XML local, you can retrieve different files or make DNS requests from application server. In case of using UNC load file into for functions like load file into out file or something like that, or new trick based on connection engines such as Federated or Connect for MariaDB, read data and make DNS requests from database servers. It really sense. So I think all my presentation can be put in this slide. That's all. Thank you. Let's time to questions.
Any questions? Come on. Looks like everything was clear and people don't have any. Oh,
Yeah.
there's one.
Ivan, hi. Do you have any demonstration of VMI, POC VMI?
So I think all POCs and at the slides, this is documentation proof of concept, and this is a screenshot of of proof of concept. If you want to connect this one to real vulnerability, no, I have no this POC, and I think it's most important that I can embed these tricks to, for example, SQL map. I want to ask Miroslav to do that today, and maybe it's most useful. And proof of concept, I think, not so deal there. Sometimes techniques is more important than only one proof of concept for one system.
Okay, I understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
By the way, any ideas why database manufacturers implement such functionality? Do you have any ideas why the database vendors implement such functionality? Because it looks like a little bit strange for databases.
Yeah, I know. So federated engine is first step to make a cluster, and for that it's really nice to connect different tables from different shards using federated engine. It's really nice, and it's used for example, MySQL cluster servers. Its main function when there's no way to make a MySQL cluster without that, and it's only because MySQL supports clustering. And regards Connect engine, I think it's MariaDB idea to make your database more useful for you, and maybe it's nice because in MariaDB you have MySQL table type for Connect engine, and also ODBC. It's really nice because you can connect MariaDB tables with data with other tables from other database. For example, you can use MariaDB and connect your data from Oracle using ODBC Connect type. It's really nice. It's for you. I think it's main functions, but sometimes it's really bad. But it requires file privileges. I think it's so securely for that. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Well, let's say thank you for Ivan for this interesting talk. And we have another one, which is outside of program, but I hope it will be also interesting tech talk from Checkmarks.
Hello, everyone. Well, my name is Leon, Leon Meister from Checkmarks, Israel. Do you hear me? Раз. Oh, better. Well, during 3, 4, maybe half years, we research Node.js infrastructure, and I would like to share with you some vulnerabilities we detect in this platform. I think there will be a few interesting things. We will discuss shortly architecture of Node.js, and I will perform 2 demonstrations, 2 demos, how architecture of Node.js can be exploited by attacker and which damage can be applied on victim infrastructure or victim application. First, let's take a brief view on architecture of Node.js. Node.js is a single-thread application infrastructure that driven by event loop, and each event come to event queue and handled by event loop one by one. In case event received in the queue should be taken care by file system, database, or network, it's moved there and handled by this. It's applied by a callback function. After it, if a new event should be applied, it's come to the queue, and so on. In case some calculation procedure should be applied, it will be done by event loop handler itself. So we can present it in a human readable way, like you see in this slide. We have a cacher that receives the order from the customers one by one and transfer it to events handler. Events handler can provide some mission to others, database, file system, or network, or take it care by himself. This approach has few advantage and disadvantage. On positive side, we can see that in case of working with input-output incentive operation with database query or application, it's very efficient one, but CPU intensive operation is very slow because of a single thread implementation. And we will see it right now on the demo. Let's assume we have the source code presented right here. Я прошу оператора направить на экран, потому что это важнее. А это другое? Добро. In this source code, we can find out that the system received input and count all numbers that came from 1 up to p. If I will apply any input through the URL, by this way, I can provide input, for example, number 5, I see 15, I receive result immediately, 8, I receive 36. It's very, very quick working. But let's assume I have 2 browsers, and in the second one, I will provide a very long input. While it's working, I will provide 5 in second window, and you can see that while the first window no finish and no provide answer, the second one will be stopped. Finish the big number is finished. The second one is working well. By this approach, attacker can perform denial of service of your application if no check of influencing input on this calculation operation into a for cycle while will not be applied. So please take this in consideration while you implement your application. Second, I would like to discuss with you weak cryptography. Again, during research of Node.js infrastructure, we found any open source projects over internet, and in this project we detect function that used for authentication mechanism and generation of new password. The code, we hide part of the code, but other is available for you, and we can see the logic as the following. In order to produce or generate new password for the customer, for user, sorry, we apply mass random operation, bring converted to string, and apply MD5 mechanism. In this line, we have two problems. Can you help me which problem we have in this line where my mouse is? Two problems? Right, MD5 and random, absolutely right. MD5 mechanism known as a very weak one because we have user and tables, not new for you. Random mechanism is pseudo-random because of the following. The random mechanism is based on V8 engine, and here work as following. First, the system is start up. System is generate seed number that based on a timestamp of current time where system established, and after request of first random, system go to state number 0 and generate float number pretty long. This float number is separated into two parts. Parts one going to produce random 0 that come back to the function. The second one is produced state number 1 that can be derived to random number 1 and state number 2 and following. By this approach, the system can go and produce a new random numbers. But the problem that Israeli researcher Amir Klein a few 2-3 years ago detect that this algorithm is breakable. You cannot compute from any random number his state, but if you have 3 states computable, you can calculate state number 4 and so forward. He provides this information to Google because Chrome uses this engine for random mechanism, but in browser, each tab has its own state 0. So in fact, this is problem, but this problem for any specific application that use tabs. In Node.js, it's much more complicated and much more dangerous because single-thread approach, I explained from the beginning, I am able to calculate any random number for any application. So let's see how we can break this algorithm. We currently see our code that I presented before. In fact, I need to provide a reverse engineering on this technicality. Let's assume when mail.ru, I have a password in mail.ru, and I would like password of Taras. I can provide myself 3 times as forget password, forget password, forget password. I receive 3 new passwords. From this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'm able to predict the new one. So in our case, I have a little bit more complicated because of MD5. So if I will use rainbow table, and I will reverse a hash number to clear one, I will receive state. I have 3 states. I can take state number 4, and I am in. In fact, what I'm going to do, I will work with any Node.js application, will register with a user, fake user 1, fake user 2, fake user 3. After it, I will apply MD5 mechanism. We will receive clear passwords, and by same technicality that used to calculate state number 4, I will use algorithm and will take password of user. Let's do it. I have an application. It's very secured. It's with lock, and this provides me a real powerful mechanism to protect myself. First, I will go as fake user number 1, and I will register it on the system like I forgot my password. As a result, system provide me a password with MD5 and random mal. The brute force server is located in Israel, and because it's a very, very big table, about 200 gigabyte, I receive first state 0 number. Now I will register it as a fake user number 2, and the system provide me a control copy, control V. I can go back, it's applied. Yeah, now it's okay. And fake user number 3. I get third number, control copy, control V. Now I can write the series again. It's going too far away to perform calculation. Meanwhile, I can go as a real user and use a real and register. The password should be F8. F8. It's up and running. When we meet the customers and we scan source code with static analysis tool and detect this type of vulnerabilities, normally we receive answer, listen, it's not serious, it's not big deal. Gentlemen, it's a big deal, and take it in consideration. That's all. Thank you very much. Any question? I'm available.
Can you show us source code of register function?
You mean?
Yep. So not HTML one, but so inside it make it takes random and
okay, understood you. In fact, what we are doing, it's exactly what we declare. Just a second. Exactly what I declared before.
Oh, okay.
It's absolutely same. I just implemented. MD5 to string MD5 random.
So, do you know what is a way to and how to make web applications more secure when we use Node.js and try to implement such functionality? So, what we should do to protect our?
I prepare myself to this
web
question. In fact,
not to use Node.js?
no, I understand you. Look, for each language, for each technology, you should find real secured numbers for randomity. For example, you can use for Windows platform this method. If your application working with Linux or Linux password, use this method. We in our application use an SHA most advanced algorithm with a few encryption additionally too. But this pseudo-random number is not serious one if you really would like to protect yourself.
So simply avoid a simple implementation of random algorithm in libraries called mass, and use special random generators for.
You can use SALT, for example, much more sophisticated.
Okay. Any questions?
Вы по-русски можете спросить.
Да?
Можно, да.
Критично ли вызвать 3 раза подряд эту функцию? То есть нам надо знать 3 подряд числа сгенерированных, или если я знаю первое, второе, четвертое, тоже сработает?
Я перейду на английский. Ваш вопрос, потом отвечу вам. The question was if I know any 3 state number, is it possible to predict the number 4? No, you should know 3 successive numbers, but it's very easy to use if I use script functionality. So, for example, system working hours, and I currently on state number 25,000. But if I will send 3 requests, I'm able to predict the new one.
Ну, то есть, получается, в принципе, можно избавиться от этого, не уязвимости, а, не знаю, ну хорошо, от этой уязвимости просто в коде функции register, еще раз вызвав generate next number. То есть, получается, один мы используем для пользователя, а один просто случайно генерируем, он убивается.
Но
никто его никогда не узнает. Ну, 3 никто не получит подряд.
In fact, I can send you list of requests, and I can receive a list of results. So this approach is problematical one, and any attempt to avoid it in wrong algorithm will bring us to break it. It's problematic approach.
Спасибо.
Mm-hmm.
What about the first one? When you brute forced MD5, the page also loaded for a long time, but it didn't produce DOS. What's the difference in approach? Why this loop made DOS, and why the brute force of MD5 didn't make a DOS? So how to mitigate the first vulnerability?
In case of V8 engine, the float number is generated, it's very long. But algorithm separate this number. Just take a look on my screen. Very good question, by the way. Take a look on the, take a look on the screen. This is a new generated password. This is state number 4. This float number was separated. Just part of it went to be a user password. Other part go to new state. By this approach, very short part allowed me to create a rainbow table that just 200 gigabyte of memory. It's pretty small. It will take about a minute to brute force it. By the way, if it will be extended and all of this number will go to the password, Rainbow Temple will not be efficient.
Well, but I mean, at the time when this page is working, when you press the start button, can you, will the application work in other browser window? So is it asynchronous or it works in the same thread? I mean, when you launched the loop, big loop, you couldn't load the page in other browser. And here you could.
I just pay you attention. I use absolutely two different tabs. I can use two different browsers.
Yeah, I see. But
it's no problem. I can absolutely separate.
So there is, I mean, what's the mitigation for the first one when there is a loop? How the coder must implement the loop if he needs one in order to make it asynchronous, not to DOS an app? So that if someone plugs in a huge number in that loop, application will not go down and will continue work. Maybe it's unclear.
Я не понимаю вопрос. Спросите по-русски.
Смотрите, когда вы запустили большой цикл, предложение зависло, правильно?
Да. Окей, вы спрашиваете про первое предложение? Окей.
Да, я про первую уязвимость.
Окей.
Вы запустили большой цикл, оно зависло. А здесь вы запустили большой перебор, и оно не зависло. Ну, не перебор, но все равно страница некоторое время грузилась при брутфорсе MD5, а при этом вы параллельно могли регаться.
Got it. In this example, both of them up and running on my one single machine. So it's based on Node.js, and while it's working, and this is computing procedure, it's take all 100% of resources and stock another one. In this application, it's two different services. One of them go to Tel Aviv for brute forcing. The second one is run on my machine. I have application in background, and it's a calculation performed on different machines. It's asynchronic, yeah. If I come back to my presentation, we just need to take into consideration that if you would like, if your web application mostly work with UI, take this advantage. But be aware with the fact if you have a lot of CPU computation, it's very expensive.
Hi, at first, sorry for my bad pronunciation, but Господи,
можно по-русски.
Yeah, and something, can you tell us a little bit more about V8 random generator engine and in which product it has been implemented? We already listened about Google Chrome, maybe other browsers, and maybe it has implemented at operating system level.
Okay, I have not deep knowledge about it. I just can come back to my recommendation I provided previously. Just we need to take, and by the way, your question is very relevant for different platforms. So even for mobile platforms like iOS and Android, you should go to the documentation and read about a real random malfunction and not pseudo one. It's the very same approach to PHP, to Java, to C# and so on. And second issue, you should understand how number you generate really should be randomized one. So if it's just simple game that not make sense, you can use math random approach. If you are going to for a registration and password, you should take something seriously. To use salt, for example, to add to the number and so on. But I can't provide you name of the function for specific language or platform.
Okay, and maybe a little bit deeper. As I think that random generator is implemented in deep level of operating system. For example, in Linux, it's defi random. Doesn't this vulnerability in operating system level or just in browser implementation of this algorithm?
V8 is engine that used by Chrome. And the same engine is used by Node.js as well. So I can be sure that in both of them, this algorithm, if you're using both of them in Chrome or in Node.js, is problematic one. If you are going to other platform and they're not use V8 algorithm, it should be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like that's all.
Спасибо большое. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
So that's all also with our experimental event called OWASP EEE, Eastern Europe event. So thank you for participation in it, and hope to see you on next local events. Сейчас еще и свет выключат. Да, спасибо.